Alright, good morning. So I will be starting the role quests in prep for 6.1. Let's see here. So I had started the tank one, like when we were first doing the MSQ. I think I did like 2 quests, and I'll be straight up honest, I don't even remember what's going on, so I'm gonna have to kind of see if I can reread something really quick to jog my memory. Like, I had decided that I started doing it, and then I was like, you know what? I think it's probably better if I just wait until, hey, good morning, Sketchy. If I just wait until I get all my rolls done. That way I can just do them all at once. And knowing me, yeah. Obviously, I wait till last minute, and here I am. Let me turn some of this down really quick. System sounds, sound effects. Make sure voice is up. Alright. Okay, so let's see. I don't even know where I need to start because I don't even have one. Let's see here. Where was the last role quest I did? Role quest. Let's see. What was the last thing I did? Okay. So, Shrouded in Peril. A blasphemy has made the Twelveswood its lair, stalking its denizens and casting a dark pall over the entire region. It has proven difficult to track, and so the Adder's Nest has requested the help of a fearless defender to help protect their soldiers during the hunt. You are to report to the Adder's Nest at once. The effort to find the blasphemy is being led by none other than Elder Seedseer herself, Connie Senna. She explains that their troubles began after an unidentified man transformed into a hideous beast, which the people dubbed Glepnir, so named for its similarity to a creature of legend which bears chain-like patterns on its hide. Its claws and horns appear to be coated with a potent poison that causes the self-same patterns to manifest on an injured victim's skin. This mark is disturbingly similar to one caused by an infamous sickness known as the Creeping Death. Alas, unlike the sickness, those poisoned by Glepnir cannot be cured by medicine or magic. This leaves you with few options to combat the beast, and as you contemplate the problem, Connie's attendants receive a chilling message via Leakpearl. Glepnir has struck again! Fortunately, the victim yet lives and is being conveyed to the Foulgourd float, and so the Eldseer bids you to accompany her on the settlement and speak with Athelomere, its overseer. Holy cow, there's a lot of reading. Athelomere informs you that the man is being treated by a healer outside of Bobbing Cork. The healer is doing what he can, but the Eldseer should surely be capable of doing more. Suspecting that she may require a pair of helping hands, she asks you, of course, to follow her to the inn. The Foulgourd here is doing his utmost to keep the man alive, but the poison frustrates his efforts. No sooner does Connie Senna approach to attend the man than you hear a shout from a man yelling about an approaching swarm of Chigios. Yes, you need to do them sketchy. The vile kin are known to carry the Creeping Death, and the hearer fears that allowing them in the Foulgourd float would spark panic among his people. The Elder Seedseer bids you investigate and resolve the situation if you can, which of course we did. The unharmed but distressed man warns of a mass of Chigors near Alder Springs. Foulgourd float has few whalers to spare, and so it falls upon you and the keeper to entwine serpents to combat this menace. When the dust had settled, countless Chigos lie dead at your feet, and the forest is much quieter now for your efforts. Cowering before you is a man who was but moments before smothered into a crush of wings, and is still very much in need of assistance. The flustered man is none the worse for wear, and he proceeds to tell you that he was accosted by the swarm while on his way to deliver medicine used to treat the Creeping Death to Foulgourd float. While it is unclear whether the man was originally driven by opportunism or altruism, out of gratitude he offers you his wares free of charge. What a nice guy. Glepnir's poison still courses through the victim's veins, and so you must make haste to Foulgourd float with the potential cure. Although Connie Senna administers the medicine to the sick man, he is soon overcome with convulsions before, with a final cry of pain, he at last dies. The distraught elder seedseer strives not to let her emotions cloud her judgment, and concludes that Glepnir's poison must be far too powerful for the carrier by Chigors or any ordinary creature. The people need only wear the blasphemy. While this knowledge comes as a relief of sorts, you are no closer to stopping the blasphemy. The beast must first be found, and to that end, the elder seedseer suggests returning to the Adder's Nest to scour recent reports for any new information. Indeed, in your absence, many sightings of Glepnir have been reported all throughout the Twelfthwood. However, when the panic clouds judgment, a rabbit in the brush is often mistaken for something much more than sinister. The Order of the Twin Adder must nevertheless carefully consider every report and determine what merit further investigation. And so, Connie's attendant asks that you stay safe in the meantime. The next role quest will be available when Keeper of the Entwined searches upon reaching level 86 in any tank class, which we have done. Still hate the name of the monster blasphemies, right? You think they could have came up with something like good? Like in Shadowbringers, it had like, the Sin Eaters, right? It was like, oh. And then we get here, we're going through the MSQs, and we're like, oh, we're going to call them blasphemies. Like, come on now. All right, level 86. After sifting through a mountain of reports, the Order of the Twin Adder has found a common thread. Of late, Glepnir has been most frequently sighted in South Shroud. Connie Senna has already departed for Roots Lake and bid you meet her there. Together with the Elder Seer, you seek out her sister, Raya Osena, who we met while we were doing the, what's it called? Post-Mughal. Yep. Who has made her home in the southern marshlands. Their pleasant reunion is undercut by tension as a fear of Glepnir grips the remote community. Although none of its residents have come to harm, Raya O believes that it's only a matter of time before a blasphemy strikes. She urges her sister to entreat the elements for aid, but the Elder Seer is reluctant to do so just yet. For now, she decides to speak with the people of Camp Tranquil that she might assuage them of their fears and assure them that the crisis will soon pass. The people of Camp Tranquil are understandably nervous, but Connie Senna's calming presence seems to be having a positive effect. We also meet her in the White Mage quest line. Well, I have not ever leveled a White Mage, so I don't know about that, but I trust what you say. You must be accompanied by Connie Senna to complete this task. Speak with her again should you become separated. The people yearn to give voice to their concerns, and the Elder Seer is more than willing to lend them an ear. The Keeper of the Entwined Serpents, too, recognizes that there is much to be gained by visiting others. Let's see. Speaking with the people of Camp Tranquil has bolstered Connie Senna's resolve, but before you can resume your hunt for Glepnir, a flustered wood whaler arrives and is explained that a group of Gridanians has fled their homes to seek refuge in Thanalan. Per the Elder Seer's early instructions, however, all are to remain within the safety of the camp until the threat has passed. Nevertheless, the people are adamant that they be allowed to cross the border, and the wood whalers are but few, and so the Elder Seer goes to resolve the situation before it comes to a head. She's pulling the sleeves up and getting with it. Connie Senna attempts to calm the people, but to no avail, for one youth panics upon realizing he has been marked by Glepnir's poison. Before it can claim his life, however, despair takes a hold of his heart and he turns into a beast. The man beside him recoils in shock, after crying out for lost companion, undergoes a similar transformation. Both must be slain before they flee and spread terror throughout the Twelfthwood. Though the beasts are soon laid to rest with no further lives lost, the Elder Seer remains distraught. Perhaps you can offer her a shoulder to lean on. Though Connie Senna is shaken, she maintains her composure as she implores the people to return to their homes. The incident serves as a stark reminder that while Glepnir is indeed a danger to the realm, despair can be even more deadly, transforming the distraught into beasts. Gridania is no longer peaceful. It never was peaceful. There was all kinds of madness going on throughout there. You got Odin running around every so often, turning a place into a wreck. You got little dang Glip folks that have completely taken over the Twelfthwood, plus all kinds of monstrous beasts and stuff. I don't know about that. One time I remember even sitting outside Gridania just kind of chilling there, and a little guard that was protecting the city, he like ran right out and like judo chopped a damn squirrel. Those vicious squirrels, man, I tell you. All right. The Elder Seer finally accepts that she must seek the aid of the Great One. But there are preparations that must be seen to beforehand. The keeper of the entwined serpents at the adder's nest, however, may have further instructions for you. It will take some time before Kanisena is ready to commune with the Great One. In the meantime, her attendant asks that you prepare both mentally and physically. Well, I will tell you that right now we are prepared both mentally and physically. I mean, look at this thing. I will crush anything that comes in my way. For sure. Okay, so it seems like we have to go to the adder's nest. So that's where we will go. And that is in New Gridania, 617 gil. We will not be spending that because I've grinded out all my little free ticket thingies. When are we not mentally and physically ready? You know, I don't know. Okay. Let's see here. How's everyone doing this morning, by the way? Wait a minute. We'll break. What is going on with my HUD here? Something is amiss. Let's see here. Dying Grizz. Let's see here. Beast Gauge. What are you doing down there, buddy? I'll put you right there. I need to really get one set up because it changes between my PC and my PlayStation. So I'm now playing on my PlayStation this morning. Y'all get to see the awesomeness of the PlayStation 5 and all its greatness. Let's see. I'm doing well enough. I ate breakfast, so I'm going to go online to help out a friend with their Eden raid unlocks. Oh, okay. That raid quest was fun. I will be honest. I skipped it the first time I did it. Went in a near, when it first opened up, and was just like, yeah, I'll get to doing the quest later, and just unlocked raid because that's what I did back in the day. And so on this character, I had to go back and redo all the quests. And let me tell you, the near Alliance raid was almost perfection when it came to how they do things here in Final Fantasy. I mean, across the board, the quest line, I skipped all the story. I did on Old Man Necro, and those days are gone. Slate has been wiped clean. Moving forward, I now do all this stuff, right? So, but yeah, the storyline was great. A good amount of comedy to it, seriousness and emotion. You go through a roller coaster when you're going through that quest line. It is very good. And the nice thing is you don't have to play near in order for it to make sense in this game at all. It probably helps if you play near before playing this game, but if you don't, they do a great job integrating it in this game and making it fit. And then the Alliance raids are probably my favorite. The story or the mechanics are great, the bosses are great, the music is fantastic. They have set the bar very high, so I will be very judgmental of how this goes. The squats do not look suspicious. All right, Keeper of the Entwined Serpents, what do you got for us today? The tired eyes and slumbered shoulders of the Keeper of the Entwined Serpents bespeaks weariness. The situation has worsened since we last spoke. Glepnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the conjurers are spread thin in their efforts to attend to victims. Moreover, we are no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts and lash out at their former countrymen. Such tragedies are all too easily beget further tragedy, as bereaved loved ones are then turned to overcome and share the same horrid fate. The people speak of these incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that any moment a monster might appear within their midst. So let's see here. Well, we must go and really kick this Glepnir's ass then, because that's what we do. We're warriors. Indeed. Let us hope that the Elder Seedseer efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that the Untied may at least cleanse the 12's for this evil once and for all. All that materia gone, Grizz. Urgent news, Necro. Glepnir has ambushed a party of woodwheelers. They are engaged with the blasphemy near the guardian tree, where the Great One slumbers. This bodes ill. Has it divined the Eldseer's intent? Is it attempting to prevent her from communing with the elements? Bah! In any event, we cannot let Glepnir harm the tree. The Elder Seedseer bade us rendezvous with her at the Sorenhavel. We leave at once. Well, lead the way, man. Let's get out of here. What are you waiting on? Alright, let's see here. Where do we gotta go now? Journal, Duty Finder, Gift Undone, Map. Alright. You know what? We will not be teleporting. We have to go to... Which gate is this? Yep, we're gonna go save the tree. It's like Fern Gully. Okay, we need to go to the White Wolf Gate. Ah! Get out of here. Alright, let's see here. So we need to go to the White Wolf. Well, no, not that gate. Ugh. I haven't had my tea yet. I'm waking up still. It was a long night. After we were done grinding out some P3, I had to go do my ESO daily and my Lost Ark. Yoda's got me on quite a bit of a schedule right now, making sure I'm making constant progress in the games. Alright, let's see here. What mount will I get today? We are driving there in style. Lost Ark is to donate. Let's see here. Alright, destination. Where are these guys at? Let's kick some butt. That is what I do. Log in, donate, log out. Battered arms and armor are strewn across the ground, but there is no other trace of a man or blasphemy. Hell no. What are you guys doing? Bam, take that. And that. Hell yeah. How does Xeno say it? Warrior fucking main. I'm not even a warrior main. I might main it for the next tier, but man, I really love this weapon. Alright, what happened here? I see. I think I know what happened here. Well, what happened here? Though I pray that I'm wrong. Well, you see, I kicked some ass. That's what happened here. There is no sign of the woodwhalers save their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment, but here it lies, and I see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Before the blasphemy poison took them, they transformed. Glepnir could have not gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the woodwhalers succumb to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures to have become to roam free. Let us form two groups to more quickly track down the cold beasts. Once we have finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the guardian tree. Alright, well, let's do it. Warrior meta win. I think next year I might try it out. I'm not sure, though. I was really, I was kind of not sure about Gunbreaker when I first started it out this tier. It got really difficult for me when you hit level 90. And for a while there, I was struggling, but the more and more I practiced with it, it I mean, I really love the class a lot. Oh man, this guy's tough. Out of here, you fell beast. Going Dark Knight. My first tank dark, so I have expectations when I level other tanks. Well, I will tell you Gunbreaker is probably just about as busy, if not busier, than Dark Knight. Dark Knight has a hell of a rotation, like once every 50 seconds or something. Gunbreaker's just busy all the damn time. Hey, good morning, Yoda. Can't be disappointed if you're already disappointed, right? Go in expecting the worst, and if the worst doesn't happen, then you can never be disappointed. Alright, what do we got here? Hello? Ah, you have laid rest to the last of the turned whalers. Reunite with your companions at Evershade. Alright. Hail a Stropper. Had to kill some of those for Blue Mage spell, if I remember right. I think so. Oh, here's the tree. Slug. The slug that big in real life would scare the shit out of me. Confirmed a date of update is in 2 days. Yes, that is why I am trying to get all these done today, and if I don't get them done today, then also tomorrow. We'll see. Get your tome grinding on. No procrastinating there, miss. Our work is done then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic, but now they are at peace, and the guardian tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. I but pray that the Great One will hear my plea. Oh, what's she doing? Well, that's not good. Ah! Elder Caesar, are you hurt? Just beat up a bush. The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear unlike any that I have ever felt. It spoke unto me, and its words were clarion. Drive away the evil, or drive the evil away. Drive the evil away. Kanye West. It can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek, not until we can dispel the dread that claws at the forest's very heart. No, this was our last hope. We are not alone. Yeah, I ain't scared of shit. I'm gonna warhammer this guy to the ground. There can be no mistake. This is a profound beast. The blasphemy that has mirrored the Trelvswood in despair. Glepnir. Stay back. It makes for the guardian tree. We must stop it. The poison. You mustn't let it touch you. Such fearsome strength. Alright, well, you know who this has to solve this problem now. Get up! Get up! You ready to tango? No, not now. What are we doing? Why do we have these at the worst moments? We don't have time to go for a lore visit. We need to kill that thing. In accordance with the covenant, we Pajo have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as seed seers, and it is their duty to guide Gridania through the times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. It is my estimation you both have the potential to become seed seers. Of that, I become more certain by the day. Aww. Yep, nope, we have no control over it. But I don't want to be a seed seer. I never wanted to be a Pajo either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with these ugly horns? Oh, this is a boy. I like them. And maybe we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes any of us different from anyone else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even. If we can even use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up becoming a seed seer, Connie. We'd all be worse for it. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice. But maybe you're right. All right, back to business. I gotta get rid of those earrings. Connie. I wonder if he's the boy. I hate getting wet. All my clothes and stuff. It's the worst. All right, let's see here. The matron is merciful. The elder seed seer has fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. The blasphemy must not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of the poison. Still, I am no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I shall carry her back to Gridania. We must leave before the Glepnir returns. Await me at the Adder's Nest. Righto. Well, at least the tree's safe. Alright, it's the 14th Warrior of Light. You can control the echo, you just need a large room without carpeting, and it helps with... Oh my goodness, Yoda. Sounds like you need to redo MSQ. Okay. Allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The Elder Seer has been delivered into the care of Isumiyan. By the grace, the elements she shall make a full recovery. I can't words this morning. In fact, she has already regained consciousness, but is not yet allowed to receive visitors. We can but wait for now. Listen, I go where I want. Ugh. Gods damn it! I was useless. I could do nothing while the Elder Seer faced Glepnir alone. It was to be her shield, that I stand before you while she lies abed as proof of my failure. Yeah, you fucked up, man. She wouldn't have wanted you to throw your life away. Connie Sena still lives, and she requires your protection. You are the hero of whom the bard sings, aren't you? You've suffered terrible trials, yet you still stand tall and resolute. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lessons of my past. I've spoken of it to a few, truth be told. It brings me shame to recall it. I fought in Cartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript of the Garlean Imperial Army. Clad in armor and magitech, another drop in a sea of pitiless metal. You grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. It becomes routine. Work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged, and when the dust had settled, I was just another body clinging to a life amongst the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat of the Eorzean's blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered by my well-earned fate by the Elder Seedseer. She deigned to save a man who once bared steel against our people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom that a distinction, and I pledged my remaining years to her service. 'Twould have accompanied nothing to throw myself against Glepnir in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy, aye, but we will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. This I swear. Let's get on with it, man. What a backstory. Would have never guessed him coming from the Garleans. All right, a pact proven. The keeper of the entwined serpents has a good news to share. About time. Necro, the Elder Seedseer has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillstate Fane at once. Let's see, where the hell? Old Gridania. Old Gridania. We gotta go to the Conjurers Guild. Hey, Snoops, what are you doing? Well, now, I wonder how this is going to end. Conjurers Guild it is. Never really been here before. Uncharted territory for me. Alright, Biddy. I know I'm not a conjurer, but back up. Alright, there he is. Elder Seedseer, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. And lest you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my humors. If you are ready, I would resume our search for Glepnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. 'Tis one thing to engage in conversation, but quite another to go gallivanting about the Twelveswood hunting a blasphemy. I am aware of your concern, conjurer of a surpassing skill, and would not presume to gainsay your judgment. But you have my wounds, have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps. I wonder that the strain on your commune with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may not struggle to perceive. The Great One is being a purest aether, and you are exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I am aware of that, but Glepnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, the people will continue to die.
How am I to carry out my duties coisted here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? 'Tis your duties that we demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light were to bear you fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Connie. Rest and gather your strength so that when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust your allies. You are right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Our encounter with Glepnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory.
I'm pretty sure I can make quite a bit of a dent with this hammer, but nonetheless,
when the seventh umbral calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth. The ermine hedge. That was the 12s who had spared the worst. If we convince it to again lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not need fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor.
So we must make your voice heard then, yes? Or we must show that we are not the enemy? Let's make your voice heard.
Indeed, we must find a way to assure the Great One of our good intentions, to remind it that we labor not for its destruction, but its salvation.
I think, too, that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Glepnir. It seems to bear resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why?
I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Glepnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Radz-at-Han suggest that it is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where are we even to begin our investigation?
Go search for shit?
You were granted a vision by Glepnir's past, and I was there. Then I may know who he is, or was. As do I, the boy who trained Alongkani in her youth. Yes, Sura Supin. After all these years, is this what became of him?
You mentioned it briefly before. Were you close?
Sura was Pajali like me, but he had never known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role of the forest he had embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, was a much better student than I ever was.
A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he. Damn. Ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off into the woods more times than I can count. I could not watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The Elder Seedseer, a rebellious spirit? I can scarce imagine it.
I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isumiyan at every opportunity. Yes, sir, was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become seed-seers together, I believed, until one fateful day, when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Isumiyan's behest. We met a wandering hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and that he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the guardian tree. However, entry into such a sacred places was not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanors besides. With regret, I refused him, but Isura was loath to turn away a godly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man despite my protestations. I ran to Isumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the guardian tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Isura, alive but unconscious. In time he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and he had knelt to make false supplications. He lunged forward to tear a branch from the guardian tree. He was yet a child, and Isura had no inkling to the darkness that could dwell within the man's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Isura of his horns, and with them the right to call him a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the fun.
Dang, that's kind of harsh.
I never saw him again, nor a word of what had become of him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain at the Twelveswood at all times, I wonder. He dreamed of naught else but becoming a seed-seer, of a life in service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose in the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the Twelveswood in his own way. I shudder to think of what could have hastened his transformation into Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. In our final conversation, Isur confided to me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They have called the Twelveswood home for longer than we have, and so none are more to like to have knowledge of the most hidden workings. That has come to no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know not of Isur, they may be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the bramble patch in my steed, Necro? I have faith that they will accompany you with characteristic aplomb.
Hell yeah. I'm a Moogle post-Mooglin. Of course they're gonna like me. Deputy post-Moogle at work. Alright. Let's see here. We need to go to... oh, it's over there. Alright, Hawthorne Hut. Alright. Oh, Mount Roulette, what do we got? Oh, we got the Phoenix. Alright, Mooglin, Whiskerwall, the Coop-de-Coop. And Pukwapika.
Huh. Quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar, too. You wouldn't be the self-same word who gave the legendary Mooglesguard would you, Necro, was it? Aha! It is an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Pukapicky's the name. What brings you to our neck of the Twelveswood? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kupo. That blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the Twelveswood to rights. Raya O suggested that the Mughals contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know. Difficult and time-consuming work, but if it's in service to the forest, then we'll gladly do it, Kupo. Hey, I know you. You're the adventurer who gave me some of the finest scars. Coop to Coop in the Mooglesguard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King, Kupo. I hope. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. Riot O and the others cured us of our temper and afterwards sat us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon good King Moogalamug the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, and what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now, our kin scour every elm of the Twelveswood, and we would be remiss to not do our part. We would be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Something tells me that you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can count on you, Kupo. Of course, Mooglin. Let's do it. Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let us proceed to move into higher ground, and we may survey the area and locate any peculiarly nasty spots of blight. All right, let's go find out where we gotta go. Always willing to lend a fellow Koopalin Moogle in hand. Let's see here. Let's see, where do I gotta go? There's something. Wait a minute. What? What? Oh, he's up there. Puka. Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's easy to forget that you're kind of lack of wings, Kupo. Deep voice, Kupo. Kupo. All right. Now then, where is it? There, to the south. Let us cleanse that festering taint at once. I don't want to join a fate. Get out of here. All right, corrupted soil. Hey. Yeah. All right. That was some fine work, Kupo. I dare say it's even in better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless flittering about, stamping out corruption wherever so it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as such being without hands that I can clap, I suppose. How goes the taint cleansing, Coop? I did what I could, but I swear, as soon as I finished with one, two more started manifesting a fresh taint. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and the sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Moogles to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon, the situation is more grave than we imagined, Kupo. Oh, what do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless. But since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to that part, Kupo. Oh God. I've got it. We performed the friendling. What in the fuck is that? The friendling? What in the name of good King Moogly Mong the 12th? May he shower us with love and compassion and Kupo nuts. Is that it? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient right's name, so I just made something up on the spot, Kupo. But let us forget about that for now, and let's move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed by the nation of the Gridania, but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. What in the name of good King Moogly Moog? It's so hard to read some of these lines. They knew that if they were to establish a home within the Twelveswood, that they would first have to entreat the elements for permission. So, a mage and their company found a cleanse at a few sources of foul aether, planting saplings in their place. and consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit the people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon them their blessings as proof of their new covenant, Kupo. Ah, I remember now. The Gridanians still honor the agreement to this day. For every tree that this is cut down, a sapling is planted. So, if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Kupo. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Jorn, sire Iokapaka, Oakpota, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a few select hearers with the horns, favoring them with their fellowship. The Pajal were exalted by all the peoples of the Twelvewood. Even we Mughals look upon them with awe. And that's how it all began. What am I doing here? Something wrong, Kupo? You have a strange look on your face. Alright, let's see here. Glepnir may be a Pajal, a former Pajal at least. Glepnir's poison is particularly deadly against hers. White Mage questline references go burr. I don't know about any of that, so I will just have to say that, yeah, this is White Mage stuff. We don't play no White Mage. I'm a tank main. Let's see here. How dreadful, Kupo. How dreadful, Kupo. But what exactly are you saying? Which makes me question a lot of the role quests, because you wouldn't get a lot of references unless you did other class quests. Yeah, so it's kind of under the assumption that you did. They just kind of think like, oh yeah, everyone's just going to play every class, so they're going to get all this. And they're not ever going to skip cutscenes at all, so they're going to get every reference. No, what they do is instead they reward those who went out and did all the quests, didn't skip any cutscenes, got all the lore. And so for people like me that would never play a white mage, right? Like I'm sit here stuck being just like, oh well, just kind of go with the punches, right? Look, all I'm saying is we got to go kick this thing's ass. So the man you think that may have become Glepnir was a Pajal stripped of his blessing, and that blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble one of those creeping death? I feel sorry for this Isura, to love the elementals only to be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood and know that he was forever an outsider, all for the child's mistake. You poo-poo level all classes like Grizz. I sit there and spam MSQ roulette to level everything. Yes. Like the Red Mage, for instance. I got that thing to level 80 without doing any of the class quests. That despair could easily have caused him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those bear the Twelves with blessing, like the hearers, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. That would explain the elemental's unease, Kupo. We must redouble our efforts to plant the saplings so that they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. Necro, wait for us at the Adder's Nest and make ready for a long and back-breaking day. Oh, man. Now we gotta go plant trees? Let's go. I want to go fight. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? Why waste an Aetherite ticket when we can just use the boat? Ferry guy needs some work too. Back to good old fetch quests. Yep. Hey, go fetch me some sapling. And you know what? If it's there are no one better in the game making you do fetch quests than the dang Mughals. Let me tell you about that right now. Going to Mogholm was like, oh, all right. Hey, Muradel. Yes, I'm ready to return. Get your boat ready. All right. Now I gotta go to the Adder's Nest. Back-breaking work, they say.
there we go. Sprint. God, I wish they would let you mount up in cities. Or at least give you sprint like the whole time. Alright, let's see here.
Welcome back, Necro. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems?
You're not gonna believe this. We gotta plant some shit.
A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania. A fitting plan, given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Toilswood for new beasts that must be purged.
Now you're talking.
Let us pray that the Elder Seedseer regains her strength quickly as well. For now, let us take a rest, my friend. 'Tis a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over.
Just use Reaper Teleport, or Skullament Speed, or any range class zoomies. I never really thought about that. You see, Sketchy, when I do these role quests, I have to completely immerse myself into the role, never breaking character. I have to stay within the role and completely live it. Alright, Heart's True. The keeper of the entwined serpents is on the lookout for palms in the distance.
Glepnir has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror.
Make way for the saplings, Kupo! We've had plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant a sapling in its place, Kupo. Do it enough times, and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see the East Shroud. You see you have no trouble taking care of the rest, Kupo. You better turn on your RP icon then. I don't know if you're RPing. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Okay.
Your efforts are much appreciated. We will begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more than qualified the most.
I don't know, man. You got your ass kicked before, but I guess so.
Elder Seedseer, are you well enough to leave the city?
I should like to think that I have been for some time. In any event, Isuma has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. 'Twould be an honor to offer words of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Please do, Kupo. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself will surely hasten the growth from a tiny sapling to a towering tree. Such is my hope. As Joran did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that it binds it, and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the Central Shroud. To Green Terror, I sense that the flow of aether has become somewhat warped there. Impressive, Kupo. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption for such a distance. Well, Mugo, you gotta open up your eyes, buddy. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Alright, let's go. To the Central Shroud. Heart's True. Map, let's see here.
Which gate? The Blue Badger Gate. All right. And we'll sprint again. Elvar Atoll. Jeddah Keddah. Let's see. We said we needed to go to the Blue Badger Gate. I'm telling you, man, these wood whalers, they're no joke. Like, I was like sitting right here, and one of these murderous squirrels was like getting too close to the Gridania here. Like, must have been like threatening the nuts of the city or something. He like straight up ran out and like judo chopped the shit out of it, and it just went chow, flipped over and died. I was like, God damn, buddy. Wasn't that bad. It was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. All right. All right, let's see here. Wood whalers are known in 250 different ways of squirrel murder. All right. All right, corrupted air. I mean, now these Chigos, on the other hand, now them shits right there, let me tell you, like, you see a fly this big in real life, you got problems, okay? Like, that's straight up. Yeah, you gotta cleanse those things. Take one of them electric frickin' fly swatters to it. Corrupted air farts. It wasn't a fart, it was a buzz. It was like the bzzzt. All right. All right, Connie Senna. Oh, wait, you're saying the corrupted air farts. I gotcha. All right. The sprite is green. It farts. In gratitude for your boundless blessings do I offer this gift. May it nourish you as you nourish us. At last, the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of the sapling, bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder Seatsier. I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know that they can aid in the restoration of the Twelveswood. Thank you. And now we must go. Oh. We did our Earth Day project for the day. We planted a tree. There we go. I feel better already. To Silent Arbor. There's something foul impedes the flow of aether. Let us hurry. Yes, ma'am. And by hurry, you shouldn't be like waddling about there, like but running. Okay, let's see here. So investigate the corruption in Silent Arbor. To Quarry Mill we go. I always like how they do that in Quest. We need to hurry, and they proceed to just walk. Like hurry means something in the language I was taught, which, mind you, that 360 screen pan shot made me question where positionals are. All right, corrupted water. Oh, I see. See, as a warrior, we do not need to worry about positionals. You stand right in front and just proceed to pound it. There we go. That's my only positional. Look them dead in the eye. Let them know why you're about to kick their ass. And then proceed to the ass beating. The only positionals you should have in the game. Us warriors are not backstabbers. The injury has begun to heal, and our next destination lies to the north. Near Hertzmill, I believe. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come.
Yes, ma'am. There you go, strolling about. We have shit to do, and you're over there just, all right, taking your sweet ass time getting there. Let's see here. Where do I gotta go? Where do I got to go? Open up the map. All right, let's to North Shroud it is. To the Falgord Float. Ah, the Phoenix again. Phoenix. Ready for some fried chicken? All right, let's see here. Oh, the music got very, very dark. I wish they would have changed the environment here while you were doing these. One of the things I actually really like about Elder Scrolls Online is like sometimes the environment of the area you're in changes depending on what part of the quest you're in. It'd be really neat if like this whole area looked like how you know how Odin when Odin's in the area and it completely changes the whole of the shroud, I wish they would have done something like that to make it seem like, there was poison in the mist, that the Twelveswood was really being like stricken with some kind of like despair. It would have been kind of neat. But I can wish for such things. All right.
'Tis fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse the soil, after which we may plant the sapling. That's Endwalker MSQ environment.
Yeah. I mean, they did a pretty good job with it, It was kind of neat, like in Thavnir. Oh, they did it in Shadowbringers too, right? Like you go out into the first and everything's like all light, and then later after you change it, the night comes. It was pretty cool.
I sense no other disruptions in etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the Twelveswood sighs with contentment that I have not felt in a long time. But will it serve to placate the Great One? I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. Excuse me, but you're the Elder Seats here, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption that has upset the balance of Aether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer of saplings. Thus has the Twelveswood reclaimed a measure of peace.
So we're talking to a woodcutter about planting trees, and they can't help but feel like, so we're the ones cutting all the damn trees down out here, and you're over here planting our shit back up. We're definitely not contributing to this by any means. Hmm.
You've
Oh, and she asked the question, right?
you've been planting trees. We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavor to raise their spirits.
And these woodcutters over here are like, there's too many damn trees around here. That's the reason why we're cutting them down, you see? They're getting in all the way. We can't build roads and buildings and all this stuff here. Like, why are you messing up our work?
Elder Seats here. I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits? We who dread every step that we must take outdoors.
You see? You see? That's what they're saying. There's too many damn trees around.
That terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason. And if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job.
That's my property. What makes you think you can just come here and plant a damn tree?
I know that you're afraid, and that you and yours still suffer. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the Twelveswood home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. To ignore the plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renewed our sacred ties that we might enlist the aid of the Great Ones in combating Glepnir and suffocating despair it spreads. And so, I pray you continue to put your faith in our guardians and in me.
Would that we could, Elder Seedseer, but we've been dealing with the death and sickness since before Glepnir's coming. They say the creeping's death none to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure. They gave her the cure, right? They gave her the axe. Had plenty on hand, and for a while we thought it would be all right. But by the time we realized that it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for us all when she passed, but for none more than her poor husband Sippin.
He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Glepnir to compound our woes. Supin? It cannot be. Do you speak of Iasura Supin? Iasura? No, no. Supin was an odd one, but no one mistaken him for Pajol. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Ilinja. But his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. I see. And what did Injala look like? Well, I'd say he'd no more than 30 summers, kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times, though after he met his beloved he became a more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit, but spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her.
Reincarnated, perhaps? Oh boy. We got zombies running around here.
Had he finally made a new life for himself here? Thank you for recounting Angela's story. Sad though it was, it helped me better understand how much you all have suffered. I promise you that I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together, we shall overcome this crisis.
They look at each other. Do we trust her? She's planting shit in our property unannounced. Do we trust her?
Despite what he said, I'm certain that this Elanja was Irsua Supin. To think that he was living so close by for all these years, searching for new purpose, and finding true love, only to be robbed of the fulfillment too. Where he stood at Pajal, empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt. He would have dwelt on that question, night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhap in the end he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair he was consumed.
Aye, the animosity would linger, endure, and in vengeance would Glepnir find its final purpose.
We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we can be accepted as friends.
Well, we definitely don't want to bring the woodcutters with us if we're trying to do that shit. All right, let's see here. So now we need to go to Evershade, which is where? Back to Bent Branch Meadows. All right. Hey, Margarita. All right, squirrels be damned. Those damn squirrels. Have you ever seen the clip from Rick and Morty about the talking squirrels? If not, you have to go YouTube Rick and Morty squirrels and watch it. It's funny. That's why I don't trust squirrels anymore. Shifty creatures they are.
Our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. Oh, Great One, She even started with that too. How did I guess? May I abide ever beneath your boughs, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Be still the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. The eyebrows narrow. We have been accepted. Wait, is he going to talk to us through her? All feeling. Passing corruption refreshed, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendship, peace. It worked. The Great One speaks through the Elder Seedseer. All right. Have fun with your Eden reigns. Or not reigns, raids. We were right to follow Jorn's example. Let's see here. The corruption is but one aspect of threat. We beseech your help to slay Gepnir. Profanity spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we've done, you deny us. After all the Elder Seedseer has endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the Twelves Wood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. Well, who is this? Oh, the woodcutters came. That's going to ruin everything. They should have stayed at home. Or at least left their axes at home. It's like, well, this is kind of awkward. We're coming here to ask for the blessing of a tree, who we've been cutting down our entire lives. What are you doing here? We've been dependent on the seed shears our entire lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The elder Seedseer has gone to incredible lengths for her people, and so her people have come in return to return the favor. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the elder Seedseer and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest? So please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Connie, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith. To man, render up flesh. Then you agree to help us. Flesh, branches, take and join to old as elders, renew bond as one stir. Raise up to heaven's covenant symbol our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. My my duty weighed heavy on my heart, so heavy at times that I scarce remember to breathe. For days and nights I was worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. Nay, Gridania is forever in your debt. He gave us a little branch, a little sapling. Oh, all of us little branches.
Not all of us. Only the people that spoke up get branches. Everyone else were like, well, you missed your chance.
May I rely on you all once more? I bid you take these branches to every corner of the Twelveswood and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair.
It shall be done, Elder Seedseer. We swear it.
Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power across all the Twelveswood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that the Glepnir still stalks the forest. I will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger.
I feel a little out of place. Everyone's like all dressed in like green, goud, what have you, and then there's like this black warrior. Bam! I stick out like a sore thumb. All right, let's see here. Where the hell do we gotta go? Let's finish this up.
I admit for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Seedseer moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient texts before the time comes, and consult with the Seedseer Council to make sure it all goes according to plan. It's just as well. We still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to make to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twelveswood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Glepnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready.
Well, I'm ready now. I am ready now to take this damn thing on. Let's go fell this beast.
A path unveiled. The keeper of the entwined serpents is pleased to see you. Impeccable timing as always, Necro. But moments ago, the Elder Seedseer sent word to go and fetch you. She's already on her way and will explain everything herself when she arrives. The children of the Twelveswood, both Moogle and man alike, have sailed forth, branches in hand, to the far reaches of the forest. Soon their task shall be completed. Though the shadow of death yet looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast in their faith in a brighter future. We shall see their hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals, consign these grim days to memory. We need only succeed in summoning the ermine hedge. You may recall that the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. I believe that it was an instruction to carry out this esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befouling the forest, that the once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the ermine hedge was last formed, it was to protect the Twelveswood from the threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as father would a child. On this occasion, however, we will call upon it to nourish and revitalize, as a mother nourishes her child to make them strong against sickness. In channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Glepnir's poison, and the scars of its passing will finally heal. At least, that was the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Seat-Seer Council agrees with my interpretation that it has permitted me to perform the ceremony.
Yes, ma'am. I am but here to support.
I have in my possession a single branch, the final one to be attached to the eldest tree in the Twelveswood. For all that you have done to aid us thus far, I ask you accept this honor. Who better to set the final stone in this new foundation for everlasting peace? You who have sacrificed so much for the sake of others. If we have even a sliver of your courage, we could move mountains. It would be my honor to go and plant this branch. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree of which I spoke in front of the Leatherworkers Guild. Let us depart.
Well, thankfully, I don't have to go that far. All right. Leatherworkers Guild. Ugh. Let's see. Wait. What? It is in Old Gridania, isn't it? Son of a... I thought... Well, at least I don't have to spend any teleportation money. Mr. President, how are you doing today? All right, let's see here. Leatherworkers Guild. uh, bu- 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 bu. Look to the bow above, look to the boughs above, and you will see a spot where the bark has been discolored by age of the elements. There you must affix the branch. I'm certain I can figure this out. You ascend the ancient truck and affix the branch of the guardian tree to the weathered bark as directed by the elder seedseer. You are quite the climber, and with that, all preparations are now complete. Let us return to the guardian tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver salvation to the whole of the Twelveswood. I have a feeling we're going to have to fight Glefnir. Just a thought, but I don't know. We shall see. Let's see. We got to go to Bent Branch Meadows. All right, let's see here. Bent Branch Meadows it is. Well, let's see what the tree has to do for us. Slugs. Oh, yep, it is a duty.
If it is truly Isura's lingering resentment for the elementals that drives the blasphemy, then it will surely come. For the sake of the man he was, I must try to appeal to his reason. But should I fail, we must have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, this day we shall bid farewell to Glepnir.
All right. We have prepared for this day. Let's see if planting the saplings and joining the trees have worked. If not, I have my hammer.
Through the branches of the guardian tree, the Twelveswood has become as one. In summoning the ermine hedge, every elm of those sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing aether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself, to break free of Glepnir's despair. The ceremony is complex and delicate, and I must maintain focus. I trust that you will do what is necessary to see that I am not interrupted.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm here for. Uh-oh.
Glepnir comes. Defend the elder seats here.
All right, let's see here. Duty content savage.
Blasphemy, Glepnir. Are the elementals so deserving of your scorn? Do you hate me? Two, for my horns, I knew a boy once, a boy who called them gifts, symbols of the blessing he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast before me now brings naught but misery and death, marks its victim with chains to bind them and condemn. To share its suffering, I was not there for you then, but I am here for you now, to unmake what you have become. I shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast, and remember what we fight for. Let's do this.
I don't know if that was very necessary, but, you know, okay. Battle stance it is. Poison breath. Oh no! Huh! The poison courses through your veins. Uh-oh. God damn. Oh! Oh, okay. Oh, get out of there. Oh no. Interject. Haha. Bell cleave. God damn, this guy's got a lot of health.
The summoning must be completed.
I'm working on it. Root uplift. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, wait. Maybe I can do not allow them to drip. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Okay. Oh! Let's try not to get this near her this time. We have failed. What? Well, god dang. Shout. What am I supposed to do here? Lethal poison? Bring them to me? Oh, oh. Shit. Oh! Oh man. Oh man. Get up. Get up. Get up. Come on. Oh. Oh, okay. Ugh. Interject. See some primal rend here. Bam. Fell cleave. Come on now. Oh, he's running away. No. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Gather your Aether to Kanisana. Come, you pitiful beast. Let us see the contents of your innards. Wait, I was interrupted. Oh no. My prayers have been heard. May your embrace shield us.
By the grace of the elementals.
Oh. Man, that guy, guys, I cannot fight much longer. Hey now. I tank.
By the light of the crystal.
Bum, 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 bum. Earthshaker. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Okay. Hell yeah. Lethal poison. Wait a minute, what? Ow. Bring an end to its misery. The barrier still stands. Wait, am I supposed to...
Be gone with you. God's will be done.
Come on now. There we go.
The sacred soul in azure skies, may your compassion flow and swell to banish the darkness.
Again with the twirliness. I'm all for theatrics, but let's get on with it. Alright, here we go.
Receding terror, blissful quiet. Blessing, covenant preserved, now and always, child of child. Honor and gratitude unending. For we as well, honor and gratitude unending. We cannot have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumb to despair. To you, my dear Isura, I promise I shall never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and a duty to our people I will uphold. Until my final breath, this I swear. Thank you, Necro. The great cleansing could not have succeeded without you. The blight has been purged, and the blasphemous beast which bore it lay low. The sacred wood that once held its breath in fear now breathes a long sigh of relief.
Yep, all done with it, Grizz.
I must return to Gridania and my regular duties as Elder Seedseer, but I should be glad if you could call upon me there. That is, if I may impose upon you one final time.
Well, I mean, you don't necessarily have to ask for that.
Thank you. I promise not to detain you at length. Let us meet again at the Lotus Stand.
All right. Now healers go. Y'all may do healer next.
Wait a minute. What? Okay.
Let's see. I think I gotta go to the Conjurers Guild. Conjurers Guild. Yep. Okay.
The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. Shall I escort you to her?
Yes.
The Great One's aether flows all throughout the Twelfswood, purging the last vestiges of Gleipnir's poison. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger, and have begun to recover at long last.
Moogly Mook.
We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for your tireless efforts in bringing Gleipnir to heel.
You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You were inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Forgive me, Elder Seedseer, but with this crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action.
Oh, and what would that be?
Rest. In all our time together, I have never seen you so hard pressed. Surely you are weary and could benefit from a brief respite.
I appreciate your concern, my friend, but I cannot, will not. One day, perhaps, but not this day.
But, Elder Seedseer.
Recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, upon lessons that I once thought I had taken to heart. When I did not yet understand the duty with which I had been entrusted, when these horns of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose. 'Twas Iasura who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help keep me into the proper path, where would my errant feet have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls, through their words and their support, have also helped me continue to find a way forward, even when I thought there was none. 'Tis by opening our hearts to one another that we in turn open new paths that we can conceive of greater opportunities and brighter futures. All we live within Gridania are deserving of these gifts, and so I must always be there for them, that though together we may join in safety through the darkest night. Let's see here. Not tempted to live wild and free like an adventurer. You don't desire a life for yourself outside of your duties. Nope. It is not without its appeal. I recount fondly the few occasions I have traveled beyond. Our time together in the churning mist left a lasting impression. If ever there came a time when I no longer leave to serve as Elder Seatseer, I should very much like to accompany you on another adventure. In time, maybe. Regardless of what the future has in store, my present course is clear. So long as we Pajal serve to bridge between man and elemental, Gridania can weather any storm. And so I will continue to walk hand in hand with my people and patrons along the path we discovered together. Aye.
All right. Not bad, not bad.
Though the blasphemy is no more, there are still administrative matters to resolve. If it is not too much to ask, could you bring word of these recent events to our delegate at Razadhan? It has been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. May the elementals watch over you and keep you.
Alright, let's head to Razadhan to teleport. Razadhan. Alright. Hall of the Radiant Host. Boom. Welcome back. I pray you have brought glad tidings. Yeah, we did some stuff in the woods, planted some trees. Gleipnir is slain. You have brought joy to me on otherwise uneventful day. Of course, I had complete faith in your success, but we had to begin to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I anticipated. I shall report your success to the envoys at once. If we have further need of you, I pray you will answer our call. You can now dye the job-specific gear for level 90 tanks. Yay! Alright. Okay. So, that being said, now that is done. More role quests to do. I need to take just a quick break, but let me know what one you want me to work on next, and I will work on it.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I need like a quick snack. Just realized it's already almost 1. So, all right, healers it is. So this is going to be pretty hard for me because I definitely don't remember how to play Sage, but I will do my best. All right, let's see what the Alamegan delegate has to say. Oh, I wonder if we're going to be able to interact with Raubon. It looks like it. The Alamegan delegate to Radzidhan has grim news to convey. If you are ready to lend us your aid, I'll appraise you of the situation. You know, why... Hold the phone here. Why can I not be like my tank character going to fight side by side with Raubon? Instead, I have to be like a healer, right? Why couldn't I be a healer with Gridania, like doing those quests, you know? I don't know. Just kind of interesting how they chose that. But anyways, we received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of Alamigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but there are likely to be casualties. With most of our healers posted everywhere, we had thought to petition you for aid. Yeah, sounds like you need better soldiers, not more healers, but if I must. Ha! Well, no man or woman alive could hold a candle to the warrior of light. But in any case, we're stretched rather thin at present. Given that we know precious little of our foe, we'd sooner turn to the best of the best now than wait until the need is undeniable. No doubt my Uldan comrades will be heartened to have you fighting alongside them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, we have joined the Alamegan allies in their hunt for the fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured by Plegathon. For that reason, we too will be glad for your help. Aye, your presence alone will be great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. At this time, as time is of the essence, I ask that you make your way to Alamegan Quarter and report for duty. Commander Alden is overseeing the hunt, and he will explain upon your arrival. May Rogger grant your strength. All right. Well, let's go see what is troubling Alamigo. I love that mount. It's so cool. I can't wait to get the pod mount. It's really kind of neat they're adding that in there. Sorry, 1 second. I'm finishing up the last of my snack here. Okay. Let's see what the Blasphemy Hunter has to say. What weapon is that? Master Virtus, we were told that you were on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. Oh, it's a cat girl. I'll tell Commander Alden that you have arrived. 1 moment, please. Glad you could join us. Yeah, I suck at Sage. I know how to press like 2 buttons. It's been a while since I played Sage, too. No, she's leaving. Now that the far greater crisis has been resolved, we may and must turn our undivided attention to matters of a smaller but no less deadly scale. I'd like nothing more than to hear of your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. As our man in Thavnir will have told you, a blasphemy is on loose in Alamigo. When it first appeared, the city guard were able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for a mercy, those caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape and has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon, for as long as it remains at large, every woman and child is at risk. It is not easy, Yoda. It is not easy. As with the case in Thavnir, the blasphemy's very existence seemed to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it is allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Are you certain it's a let's see, did anyone see the change take place? Aye, there were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamegan quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. But beyond the fact he was a young Highlander, we know next to nothing about him. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we've no clues as to his name or background. For all we know, he might have not even been born in Alamigo. Might have been some son of refugees come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies are beasts are born with men and are overcome by despair, and whatever drove him to turn, likely they could have done the same to another. Yoda, I have the best attitude when it comes to this, and that is, I will do my best. Therefore, if we are to prevent future tragedies, it is imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. Yeah, for now. I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? Of course, Raubon. You have my thanks. And as chance would have it, we've just received word as a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already put them down, but we were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they need medical attention, and that's where you come in. I'll meet you here. Man, it would have been so cool to do stuff with Raubon as a tank. He's like the ideal tank. Alright, let's see here. We gotta go to Alagana now. Let's see, we've got to go to the peaks and oh, up there.
All right. Oh, same thing with my HUD, man. I like messed it up somehow. I don't know what I did here. Let's see here. Um, Addersall gauge. There we go. Okay. I can't drive 65. All right, Raubon.
Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and killed a lot of them, victory did not come easily. It seems in times like these, the lack of our healers is more sorely felt. I dare say they yet to receive any treatment at all. See to their wounds while I survey the area for any stragglers that may have escaped.
Man, what the hell? I'm like standing like super close to him.
Once I've completed my patrol, I'll head to the village to gather eyewitness reports. Look for me there. The Bull of Alamigo.
All right, well, let's help these guys out. Oh, well, this is easy. Gods be good. I feel reborn. Hold on. You're Necro, aren't you? I can't believe it. You're the one who inspired me to join the Resistance in the first place, and now you've come to save me in our hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you. Thank you. I saw them change right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, but innocent men. He is pretty tall, isn't he? It's weird seeing myself as a bun boy, like where I'm not like tall anymore, you know? But it had to be done. There were others we had to protect, and thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I've made my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. Is the music too loud? Like, is it overbearing, or can you all hear me okay? It sounds really loud in my headset, so that's what I'm wondering. I can turn it down a little bit if it's too loud. Alright. Those.
For treating the wounds of the soldiers, you have my thanks. And theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts. If my search is any indication, then we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I hear that you've been through a fair ordeal yourself, Necro.
It was so sad to see him. As for me, I've been keeping busy with this and that. I like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously, it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here. But no sooner did I arrive than those locals turned.
Ragenfrid, I heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? The ones who underwent the change are the very people who were trying to help. Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting lice held in the royal palace marked the turning point for all of Giribanya. It spurred us to open a dialogue with peoples and communities we'd otherwise would have shunned. But there are still so many problems to be addressed, and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffiths. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire, for whatever reason, and are helping them find their place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Cranialupi.
Okay, so let's just pretend for a moment that I actually know what the Crania Lupi is.
Make no mistake, I have not forgotten them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the moment of that day in the palace, of Fordola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities, why they'd swear to serve the Empire. And the answer was simple, because they'd seen what we'd seen, and suffering much the same. In a hell we're all condemned, they chose to betray one brother to save another. That's how the Garleans win, not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making the choice by making that choice the right one for the man at the end of its tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars never will, regardless. Those who've returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who've pledged allegiance to Garlemeld. This is not the Alamigo we dreamed of, but after 20 years of misery, I'll not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffiths, to see no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and what's brought me here today, I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, and in short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural. But despite our early successes, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes? It comes as no surprise. The kid tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans. Anyone with a conscience would feel shame and guilt, and for some, it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though, so let's go somewhere where we won't be overheard.
Hard vault. Hard vault. All right, let's see here.
It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. With the echo. I'll not pretend to understand it, but tell us what you learned. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son. Only of the two of them, but they were a family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what others would say, but he did it anyways. And so, he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, but there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in the hope that he would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his order, but no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His family wept not for the betrayer and the murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself, right up till the change took place. I can only pray that he and his boy have finally found the peace that they were denied in life. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. The sins of the kin weigh heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up half Garlean in Alamigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated. To hate myself. But so long we were giving ourselves and others a chance. We can change for the better. And while I might not be as clever or eloquent as some like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. Yes, you can. I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart. And I owe it to Aaba and Auli to make the most of life so long as I've got it. Damn straight. We Silver Griffiths we'll give it all to see that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Garabania again. So, Commander Alden, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course. There's no enemy more formidable than despair, and I'd be a fool to refuse your help. That even a single of our people have succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffiths my unconditional support. Together, we will prevail. Now that we have Necro on hand to aid troops, I believe we're ready to face any beast we encounter. Though I fear it's only a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Very good. For now, let us return to the city.
All right. Ugh. You know, I was just looking back through the messages, and Sketchy said the Eden raids. For some reason, I think I read near. The Eden raid, like, I completely confused that. Anyways, I don't know why. I was just looking back at the thing, and I'm like, wait a minute. They said Eden raids, not near raids. Anyways, okay, let's see here. Let's see. Where do I gotta go? I gotta go to the Alamegan Quarter. I gotta go this way to the locks. The Alamegan Quarter. I think my sage skills are doing pretty well. That was did some good healing I did there. All right.
For those who harbor guilt, do not do so because they are weak of heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves.
What's that look for, Yoda? We're on E5 now? Oh, you're helping him out. Okay. That's nice. Yeah, I confused it with near for some reason. I know she said Eden, and in my mind I was thinking near. I don't know why. I'm tired. I was up way too late.
'Twas the same for me when I believed that my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other scions came to my rescue, that I had friends who convinced me that I was more than some of my mistakes. Now, we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them heal and find strength to, if not forgive, then come to terms with where we are, so that we can look to what we can be, who we should aspire to be. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffiths is vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means that we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better for it ultimately. Once we've decided a course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Rhalgr watch over you and keep you.
I love the music of E5 too. You know what? Actually, like the Eden raids had like freaking good music, and there was like they were all except for E11. E11 was like, I never was a big fan of it. Like I know some people like, I guess not bad, but like E12 music was amazing. Um, E9 music was really good. E8 was phenomenal. E5 was really good. E5 was really good. Um, and then just the bringing back of like the E8. But if you don't sleep, then you technically aren't awake too. Um, but if you don't sleep, then you are technically aren't awake too late. I was awake very late last night. It was almost 5 o'clock by the time I went to bed. So definitely way late.
I should not have stayed up that late. But progress had to be made. The butcher's blade. The struggle to prevent the emergence of beasts grows increasingly desperate. We were hoping you'd. Oh, it's the cat girl again. Ah, we were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Alden at once. Hot Thancred. No, she leaves again. You're a welcome sight as always, Necro. Aye, and a lot's happened since we last spoke. We Silver Griffiths been keeping busy. As have I and my men, but I'm afraid that we've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for a blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone else has better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Garabanya, and putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating that these beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true of the recent incident in Alagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions given what they might feel tempted to do. It has been suggested that we take these individuals into custody, for their own protection and much as the safety of others, but that would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffiths to no end. Therefore, I ask that you aid them in their endeavors and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I wonder if this is for Dola. I thought I felt my ears burning. Of course it was. Let's see if I can. I don't know how her accent is. I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? Did the bollocks? Come on, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to, besides. You never know what you might have need of a healer, and there's none better than Necro. I'm sure there are far better healers than me. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, and this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves are we now? There's no need for the sodden collar, eh? We all know it's not coming off any time soon. But if this is how it's to be, then fine. So long as he keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Chronolupia have agreed to meet with him, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much as mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it. Understood? Let's get it over with. Yeah. She's at much risk of turning as anyone. Maybe even more so. You don't need the echo to see that the weight she's carrying. She's still got to handle her own echo. She's still not got a handle on her own echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning, and with such force, that's all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades. So, look out for her, please. Yeah, that's kind of a risk bringing her along, you know. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through the end. So, we must all follow Fedorla's lead. We're counting on you both. But be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. We'll have no problem for that. All right. Let's see here. Okay, peaks. We're going back to Alagana, I think. Yep, okay. I don't really know how to do her accent. I feel like it's kind of like an Irish accent, if I remember from the story, but I had a feeling Raban would send you. But as for her, if you've got any complaints, take 'em up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since the day at the royal palace, I've been thinking. Stop! You don't want to say it, and I don't want to hear it. To matter at hand, and we Silver Griffiths had been working to support the relatives of Carne Lupi, but one family member has gone one family has gone missing. A mother and her parents, who lived together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen, and when they went inside to check, they found the house that had been torn to shreds, the gouges on the floor and walls, made by a beast's claw, by the look of them. You'd think they turned? Aye, that's the most likely explanation. Please do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I head west, you head east. Okay. So I head east. Or as Sketchy would say, west. Alright. Whoops. Alright, let's see here. Menfi Young. Menfi Young. Alright, let's see here. We gotta go this way. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, there it is right there. There it is right there. You know what we need out? We need Reptar. Just in case we get in some serious trouble here. He'll help. Oh, there we go. Yep, just as I figured. Companion defender stance. Crumpled letter. In the dirt, you spy an envelope containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Do we want to read the letter? Sure, let's read the letter. Okay, let's see what it says. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I have never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care and know that I love you with all my heart. Placing the letter back into its envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. Man, that's pretty rough. I've never done anything to make you proud of me, but I will someday. And they probably never did. Oh man, I gotta put Cardi on every single time? Time-worn wedding ring. You discover what appears to be a wedding ring with the name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Ragnfrid. Okay. Alright, let's go Reptar. Yeah, man. I think it's because I mounted up, and so every time you mount and unmount, basically, like, you have to reapply it to your chocobo. But, whatever. Lesson learned. Were you able to find anything? Yep, I found these two things. Then, it was as we feared. I found and killed the third. It was carrying this. A matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral, or as close to one as possible under the circumstances. Dot dot dot. There's no changing the past. We'll always carry it and the scars. But no matter who we are or what we did, we're Alamegans, then and now. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's despair. Good words and deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons even like an old man like me can carry yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest, and the other Silver Griffiths will redouble their efforts to prevent any further tragedies. Let's see, I've finished checking the wares, sir. Everything is in order. Good work. Take rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves. But Everett's younger brother was a member of the Lupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Excuse me. Alright, like many others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first. But after we gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. Uh-oh. It's her! The butcher! Oh, shit. Traitors! All of us! Kinslayers deserving of hate and death! Hate and death! Look at that guy without a shirt on. What the hell's he doing? No shirt guy. It's like the Hulk. Get back! Get back! Holy shit, he turned. No! God damn. Stay away from her. Did she not just see what happened? Verdola saved your girl's life. I know, but she's... It happened in an instant. That poor lad. But it had to be done. And without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Could you go after Fordola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. damn. All right. There she is. I'm fine. Leave me be. You're not fine. I said I don't need your help. I'm a healer. Let me do my job. Gods, you're like a dog with a bone. Go on then, and make it quick. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Gotta drink your water. A girl can't change spots, and there's no washing my blood off my hands, nor would I, even if I could. Taking up Garlean steel was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill, the hardest. Every choice after that came easier and easier, until I stopped counting, stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right. It's for the greater good. You give the order. Feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires, and when the dust settles, and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself, yeah, me too. Yeah! All right. You mustn't get in. This is something you have to do yourself, Wardola. You can fight this. She did. Hydrate with alcoholic water? Absolutely not, Yoda. It's way too early in the morning or in the afternoon for that. You must drink regular high quality H2O. That is the best thing for you. For the body is made of 70% water. Therefore, you have to stay hydrated. 12 liters a day. That man in the village, I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. Oh man. I'll I'll be all right. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Everything the skulls fought for, the sacrifices we made, the things we did, in the end, it was all for nothing. It is definitely not 5:30 there, Yoda. You cannot change the time to make it seem like it's 5:30, for it is relative to your physical location. Sometimes I look back on the road and walked, and the bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder, if I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same to the different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is everyone would have been better off if I had never been, born. Oh no, I might have the hiccups. But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The only one enlisted with me, but the younger. He would have never made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Ansford died at the Specula Impetorius, but his brother's still out there somewhere, and I've never got the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he found the life he deserves. You're in Iceland, huh? I see. Not all of the Crania Lupia at the towers died that day, though. I know from one of my visions at least one survived. Hrudolf. I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy, and by the Rauger, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll be heading back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. All right, let's see here. One of the things I wish they would change in the game is that is for your chocobo to not lose its spawn time when you're in cutscenes. Like it should pause, because it's not like you can, and like you can't dismiss it too. Like if you dismiss it, you have to re-bring it out. So it just like wastes time, and that is part of the reason why I've skipped cutscenes, because I'm like, I don't want my chocobo to like timer to go to waste. So why would I waste it by watching a cutscene, right? Welcome back. Fordola's already given her account, and I'd like to hear yours too. We had to do something really bad. So she almost turned into a beast herself. Well, we'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagana are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearances of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that all those with connections to the Crania Lupia should be considered a risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and have taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Old Da as refugees, including some of the individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support of those refugees in particular. In fact, I plan to make the journey there an audience with the Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you might accompany me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. You go outside, buddy. All right, I think my dog needs to go out. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's see here. A new battleground. The quest to protect vulnerable Alamegans leads to Ul'dah. It's my cat girl again. The Blasphemy Hunter. The unnamed cat girl. Here to see Commander Alden, I take it. This way, please.
A request for an audience with the Sultana has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we've learned since we last spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while giving others to succumb to despair in turn. Even with Alamegan and Ul'dah forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passions and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life that he led may help us track down before it strikes again. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains that the vast majority of the beast have been born from them. They are the ones at greatest risk of turning, without question. Fordola concerns me too. She came closer to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this after all. She deserves a chance to make amends. I'm inclined to agree with Necro. She was able to resist the transformation and has showed no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, I say we let her. If only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles our people face. You'd gain from the experience too. While she's not the sort to brandish a sword and charge into battle, you'll soon discover why she's a champion in her own arena, as brave as any warrior. I doubt she'd have much to learn from the likes of me, but it would be an honor to make her acquaintance. Arnivald and I will go ahead of you and wait for you in the husting strip. We'll see you anon. Alright. Oh, it looks like this one's doing the same as I am. Level 92. Alright. Let's see here. Journal. The husting strip it is. The Chamber of Rule. Let's go. Papa Sean's Pizza. God damn it. There we go. Master Papa Sean was just telling us that Nanamo, or should I say, Lady Lyra, has gone to another of her jaunts about the city. You can't be level 92? What? What are you talking about, Yoda?
Though it's not my place to question her grace's judgment, I do wish she would have consulted me before running off on her own. And perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep her guests waiting. If I may say so, sir, with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that might be the very reason. She wishes to see for herself how the citizens fare in these trying times.
Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though.
No, I couldn't possibly allow such esteemed guests to...
Come now. We might be here on official business, but we're old friends. And as you may remember, I have a knack for tracking down the errant sultanas.
Some might say that knack is rather charitable. I should be glad of the assistance.
I'll take a look around here. Quizzing the locals will give me an opportunity to learn of the recent going-ons in Olda, too.
You said that they are level 92? I did say that, didn't I?
You're funny, Yoda. Well then, there's no time like the present. Fear not. With me on the case, this will be over before you know it.
Let's see, where do I have to go? Speak with Raubon at the Sapphire Exchange Center. Okay. Sorry, I'm like eating a cough drop right now because doing all the voice acting, it makes my throat like all ugh, so I'm trying to just hopefully prevent it from losing my voice too quickly. Haven't done this in a while. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for the young Lyra. As a matter of fact, Papashan and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contest ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms. The tiniest movement that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Alright. Oh man, I follow a quest? How are they going to do this to me? Well, she's fond of perusing the stalls here. If she's not here, where could she be? What if she's been abducted? What are you cheering about, Yoda? More follow quests? I've never known her to be this elusive. We literally walked down one street. That's odd. I've tried all her usual haunts, so unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Gods, why did she choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? Alright, let's just keep looking. I just noticed my boots have heels. We'll have to change those. You're right. I know, but it's hard not to worry. Where could she be? Come to think of it, something Papashan said caught my ear. He thought Nanamo went on this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemy and the beasts, to better understand how her people are coping with the situation. If so, She'd be driven to seek out the most desperate and destitute Pearl Lane, then. Might I ask you to lead the way? I'll admit my ability to track missing persons may have dulled somewhat. Oh man, another follow quest. Pearl Lane has ever been plagued by pickpockets and the like. I'll watch your back, so go ahead and give the search for, uh, Lilira. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I wonder if it's Lilira? 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 I'm just gonna say Lilira. He's accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. I better go back and do these before I get in trouble from Yoda. While it may not be immediately obvious, conditions here have improved considerably of late. Her Grace continues to support the rebuilding efforts in Garabanya, which has led to the creation of jobs for many of the locals, both here and on the other side of Belsar's wall. In every society, there are the haves and have-nots, and seldom in this divide more sorely than felt here in Olda. Many of the young and able-bodied work for Lolorito as guards, though he earns more in the afternoon than most will in a lifetime. There she is. Nana, Lady Lilira. Raoban? Whatever are you doing here? And Necro, too. While I'm glad to see you both, our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What is the meaning of this? We were worried when with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about alone, Your Grace. Some things never change, but I assure you, I am quite capable of looking after myself and my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring as of late, that I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I have finished. You will be comforted to hear. Then pray allow us to escort you more. Then pray allow us to escort you to more amenable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder? Certainly not. You have already attracted more than enough attention. All right. Now, let's see. I got to go back to Husting Strip. Nope. All right. I thank you for all making the journey here and during these difficult times. and it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause. With respect, your grace, I'm just a soldier. Was always a soldier. Still, I say, Commander Alden will not make such a distinction, and neither will I. Yet you serve your people, and have provided solace to many of Alamigo's most vulnerable. If we are to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims? We have indeed. Hence, the need to locate families of Cranilupi members who have fled to Tanalan. There is no end to the struggles faced by Alamigan refugees, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that, irrespective of the pasts, all will be treated with an even hand, and will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide. Magnanimous as always, your grace. If I might be so bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those at most risk of undergoing the change? I believe there is but one recourse. Kill them. Earnest and open dialogue. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control. Our fate subject to the whims of the gods, some would agree. I once thought myself a prisoner of my fate, a figurehead, helpless to watch on as my people starved. A powerless puppet, I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but I failed for my nativity. Nativity? Man, I cannot pronounce that. I don't know why. My words are not working this morning. Naivety. There we go. Something like that. And then was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so. But we have the power to push back against inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on blessed occasions, to love our neighbor and share in life's bounties, to open our hearts and to come together as one. Truer words were never spoken. Papashan pizza. But without the support of the people, such words are not but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we yet strive to find common ground. Common ground. We've been pouring all of our efforts into aiding families of the Cranilupi, and while it seemed to help to a degree, some have still succumbed and turned. Of course, they are not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere, whether they sided with the Empire, fought for the resistance, or were caught in the middle, they have all suffered. They all wake up in the middle of the night at times, haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not soon be forgotten, but rather than seek to forget, mayhap it's necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those that have lost. Aye, a remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they are, nor what they did, let them be loved. Let them be hated. But above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in their honor of their sin, we, the living of Alamigo, may yet find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tension could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the Murraid in the room and do nothing against the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals who decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organizing an event of this scale will require a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me, and we'll put the plan into action. Obviously, some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to their opinions as well. After all, we'll want it to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. And I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to, well, talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you care to share with me. Why, I would be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. And on that note, I suggest you and I return to Alamigo. All right. So Yoda, what are you up to right now? I knew Arnivald would make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new adventure in life to explore, but he's taken it with a considerable aplomb. And while he proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its detractors, I have faith that it will come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand at the ready for whatever may occur. I shall send word if there are any developments. Let me check something really fast. All right. Sorry about that. I was just checking something. Whoops. Let's see here. What was I going to look at? Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at something really fast. Okay, all right. Let me get back out of that. Okay. Let's see here. All right, let's talk with our favorite cat girl now. Let's see, Blasphemy Hunter. Laying the past to rest. There you are, Necro. Commander Alden has asked me to convey to you the following information. At present, we are looking into reports of missing relatives of the Cranny Loopy. With the cooperation of the Silver Griffiths, we currently are searching for any clues as to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Ragnarfred and the others, the general public has been willing to cooperate with our investigation. Though it may still harbor feelings of distrust of the collaborators and their kin, they've grown more receptive to our cause on a whole. Arnival's been making steady progress in preparations for the memorial ceremony. He plans to host a meeting between various community leaders to go over the finer details. In fact, he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. I have a few other matters to attend to, so if you'll excuse me, duty calls. You're excused. All right, let's go find him. All right, let's see here. Thanks for coming. It should come as no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation would keep a man busy, but by the Ralger, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and their conscripts, and they're the ones that we need to treat most carefully. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all the painful truth, then we do a disservice to their victims, living and dead. But if we let people paint them as monsters who did monstrous things, then we believe we would never do, then we would perpetuate the difference, but no less danger lie. As for preparing the event itself, I'll be holding a meeting with members from each of the settlements around Garabanya. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping that you'd help me with the last two. They're Miraz Nun in the Pyrian Stones and Sharisha in Varanila. I'll give you one each. Of course we'll track them down. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refused, considering how their people suffered at the hands of the skulls. But I hope we can remind them that deep down, we're all just people trying to survive, to protect our loved ones. We may have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born of their attempts to divide us and set us once again one against another, we'll never be free of the legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffiths and the people I've met. Victims, collaborators, their friends, and their family. Men and women who lived through it all. Survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they will know and hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, I've not much practice when writing important letters, but I think they'll get the message. You being the one to deliver will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't you? All right. Oh. Miraz Nun. I remember this dude. Greetings, friend. It's been too long since we last spoke. What brings you to my village? Here's the invitation. Oh. So the rumors are true. I'll not need read this letter to know full its contents. I understand that Ragnfrid's volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny is a worthy cause. But to include the relatives of Crania Lupi, The skulls watched the Empire slay us in our thousands. Still, they turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the deaths of these curs along with their victims? Yep. You have every right to be angry and refuse. Arnivald wishes only that you read his account before coming to a decision. And the least you can do is give me that for all I've done with you. To dismiss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. I'm trying to remember what quest brought me here, but I know he wanted me to like help teach like a young, like basically teach a lesson to like a young person who he wanted to basically, so like the way that this village runs is whoever's like the strongest is the leader basically. And so this young lad's basically like, I'm going to, like his father used to be the leader, so he's like, I'm going to take back and become leader of the village. But he always got his axe kicked by Miraz Nun. And so basically Miraz Nun was like, hey, can you go help humble this kid and figure him out, you know? And I don't remember like, I think it was just a series of blue quests of some sort. I can't remember exactly like what it was, but I remember doing it. As Nun, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well what the responsibility that brings. I would do anything to protect them. Anything. Let's see here. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul, all the meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspect some skulls have been faced with the self-same choice, but but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand, though I wish that I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. Excuse me. They cannot be. But I and others who are willing can offer our prayers for these tortured souls and the men that they could have been. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M tribe, but as Miraz Nun, and I will put the question to my people that if they decide for themselves. I am also eager to make the acquaintance of the person who wrote this letter. He Oh, excuse me. He is not wont to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painful though it is to confront. The meeting will be perfect opportunity to take his measure. I'm sure you won't be disappointed in meeting Arnivald. He's a good dude. Alright, let's see here. Was that a dude flying? It is. Jotata Patata. Sarisha. Welcome. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Then it is as I suspected. There have been rumors of such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen of the Cranilupi, if the Cranilupi are to be counted among them. Like the Kaliana, they chose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage the lands. Cowards and traitors all. Are we to assume that the Kalilana who died fighting for the Empire would be honored as well? If so, that is all the more reason for us to decline. That is your right, and no one will say otherwise. I've come only to present a letter and ask you to read it in full. Arnivald understands and accepts that you might refuse. His only request is that you read his account and then decide. If you insist. I do, and that's the least you can do for me. No one was spared suffering in the occupation. Not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families of both. No one. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything, is a tragedy and a lesson. If they are forgotten, then the lessons of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance and implore my people do the same. In mourning may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting, and I look forward to personally thanking this friend Arnevald for his dedication. I and my peers have much to learn from the example he has set.
All right. So, how did you fare in the fringes? They're both coming. They said that about me? It's rare for me to get such glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders like Sarisha and Muraz Nun. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when it's hand-delivered by the Warrior of Light himself. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember that this is only the beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing. Coming to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is a different kettle of fish entirely, as Her Grace was quick to point out. But as she taught me, it's our cause and just our hearts are. If our cause is just and our hearts are true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. And answer it they have. While there are bound to be differences of opinions, I'm sure that nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping that you could join us. If you've the time to spare, there are still a few loose ends Ragenfriend and I need to tie beforehand. So we'll meet you at the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. Oh, dang. These are long quests. Here for the meeting, yes? Yep, enter the royal palace. Everyone has showed up. So, while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize that the inclusion of the Crani Lupi will be distress for many. I too lost family at their hands, and I would never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Alamegans just like us. None made the decision to side with the Garlemel Lightning. They had a choice, and they chose to betray us. Who among us have not made difficult choices for Kilt and Kin? And do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and a primal. What does that have to do with it? Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. The fate of Alamigo rests on my shoulders and yours, on those of every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones, we all know the weight of these responsibilities. 'Twas the selfsame weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was.
And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end, we all wanted the same thing. To deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day, because another day in the shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair, a despair which threatens to drag us all into the abyss from where there is no escape. Know that it will surely will if we welcome into our hearts out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. But we Alamegans will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. Every Alamegan who fought and did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend that it has no power over us until it festers and takes us in our beds. And free to lay it bare and let it breathe. To acknowledge and to mourn our people at their best and their worst. The past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. Well said, Arnivald. Well said. That went better than any of us thought it could have hoped for. You have my gratitude for your part in the proceedings, but we both know who the real hero of the day was. This was all Arnivald's idea, and it was his words that finally won over the naysayers. Now that we have the community leaders on our side, we should have much easier time of convincing the rest of the citizenry. Of course, holding the ceremony is by no means our final objective. No matter what we say, some will refuse to attend. It is my hope, however, that it will serve to provide a measure of closure for us all, and to ease the plight of the vulnerable and ostracized. Speaking of which, you will recall the incident with Fordola and Alagana. The young girl she saved and her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, though, I have reservations. It would be a valuable opportunity to present a former skull in a more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be. And that's before taking her echo into consideration. But that's a conversation for another day. Go and get some rest. You've earned it. Oh man, I still got 2 more quests to do. Holy cow. Okay. Alright. The Trail of Skulls. Ooh, what do I get here? Oh, I get a fish. The blasphemy hunter may seem calm and collected from a distance, but you suspect something is amiss. Something terrible has happened. It's Fordola. She's escaped. She was accompanying a squadron out on a training exercise. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone. I didn't think much of it at the time, but she's been acting strangely ever since we went out to meet that mother and child. You know, the ones who wanted to thank her for saving the girl's life. When I told Commander Alden about it, he went charging off to Alagana to ask them if they had any idea where Fordola might be. I thought about going after him, but when I heard you were heading this way, I'd reckon it'd be better to send you there in my steed. Godspeed, Necro. Alright. To Alagana we go.
right.
Necro, I wasn't expecting to see you here. You heard what's happened then. Just as Fordola was beginning to earn our trust, she's given us the slip. As you may know, she wears a choker that is designed to do exactly that. That is designed to do exactly that. If its enchantment is triggered, it's supposed to prevent her from escaping. If I were to give the order, she would be dead within mere moments, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway, so I have to believe she has a good reason. That's what we're looking into now. We were hoping that Clairol and young Lyril here could shed some light on the matter. We'd like to ask you about your conversation with Fordola, if we may. Yes, of course. I know she's the butcher, or was at least, but it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested the meeting, to express my gratitude and my apologies. She was quiet at first, just stood there as we spoke, as if she weren't even listening. Then I mentioned the blasphemy, and she looked at Lily, and all of a sudden clutched her own head and cried out in agony. The echo. Can you remember what you were thinking about at the time? A man. The one I saw in the city. What? Who? Did he have something to do with all those people panicking? I think he did. When I was waiting for you, I saw him. He was by himself. He looked poorly, so I asked him if he was all right, and he said yes. He had a nice smile. He got up and started walking, but then he was shouting and screaming. I was so frightened, I didn't want to talk about it. Not even to Mum. I wish you'd said something sooner. I'm sorry, Poppet. This is my fault for leaving you on your own. The man who turned into a blasphemy, I'll wager. The girl saw him, which means Fordola now has seen him too. There's one other thing. When Fordola was having her, funny turn, she said something. Charlie? No. Charlotte, I think? Yes, that was it. Ring any bells? Can't say it does. But if it has anything to do with the skulls, the Silver Griffin should have some information on him. We'd best have a word with Regenfred then. You both have been very helpful. I'd also like to thank you for being so kind to Fordola. She may have not said it, but I'm sure it meant a lot to her. A couple more things I'd like to ask, so I'll catch up with you later. Okay. Let's see, where are we going now? Let me see here. Oh, gotta go down here. Charlotte, you say? Yes. That is a name that came up during our recent investigations. As I recall, he served under the Viceroy during the occupation, and his whereabouts is currently unknown. He had an older brother named Ansfred, one of the Cranialupi, uh, which would give you, which would give him a connection to Fort Dola. Is there anyone here who could tell us more about him? Yes, an uncle who was recently helped from find employment here in Alagana. He's actually the one who asked us to look up for Charlotte. You'll most likely find him working at the Sleeping Stones. As it happens, I was planning to bring him something to eat. I'll join you there shortly. All right. That's a long ways away. Wow. Bum, 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 bum. Perhaps we should have asked what he looks like. Still looking, eh? That's him over there. The only guy that's here. We should have looked what he looks like, but it's probably not this only guy here. Yep, couldn't possibly be just this one dude here. I hope we're not interrupting. No, of course not. It's good to see you, Ragenfred. My word, the bull of all Amigo and the champion of the Alliance. What brings such esteemed guests to our humble quarry? At ease, my good fellow. We merely wish to ask you about your nephew. Charlotte, you found him. No luck then yet. Is there anything else you can tell us? More about his childhood, perhaps? There wasn't much of one, I'm afraid. The poor boy's life was ruined long before he had said anything or had any say in the matter. His parents and I swore allegiance to Garlemald to secure ourselves and our kin citizenship, for all the good it did us here, living amongst our countrymen who treated us as pariahs. Took its toll on him and his brother, to be spat on as traitors by the association. One thing led to another, and Ansfred, together with most of his friends, joined the Imperial Army. That's how it started, you know. The Cranilupi, Gaius's loyal little pups. Do you remember the names of his friends? Yes, they had quite the reputation growing up. There was Emilian, Rudolf, and the angry little girl who grew up to become the butcher herself, Fordola. Charlotte was one of the group too, yes. But from what I've heard, he chose not to become a soldier. Wouldn't have lasted a day in training. He knew that better than anyone, of course. Not that it helped him to feel any less guilty for turning his back on the others. He blamed himself for their deaths, for not stopping them when he had the chance, for not being strong enough to fight by their side. Maybe save them, maybe not. But he wasn't there, and he wished he had been. Then one day he was gone. Wherever he is, I hope he's safe and well. So do we. Thank you. The information you've shared could prove useful. And for you, I've brought some food. Why don't you call it a day and go enjoy it with your family? Let him have the peace for now. Back to Alagana.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, it's so pretty, the night sky here. I love the stars. There's the moon.
So, not only was his brother a member of the Skulls, but Charlotte herself a childhood friend of Fordola's. I'm told he refused the support of the Silver Griffins as well. He's been trying to make his own way for some time now. His brother and his friends died at the Specular Impetoris, save for Vordola, and the gods only know how he felt about her after that. Or how Fordola felt about Charlotte after seeing Lily's memory of him transforming into a blasphemy. Brother of a man she killed and a childhood friend besides. She thinks she's responsible for this. That's why she ran, to kill the beast. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm worried about her. Fordola is a survivor and an outcast herself. Exactly the sort of person the Silver Griffins are trying to support. You've seen for yourself the sacrifices she's willing to make. And if you can learn to feel sympathy for her, maybe others can too. I think we've had enough information for the time being. Let's return to the city and plan our next move.
Man, these quests are eating up my transportation tickets. I haven't had to travel so much in a while. It's a good thing I farmed up like a crap ton of those seals. Alright. Wait, that reminds me. Hold on a second. I got one of my new doggos.
I've assigned a few of my soldiers to assist the Silver Griffins in investigating Charlotte's background. With luck, we'll find him quickly, and then we can prepare for what must come after. We're all but certain Charlotte's the one who transformed into a blasphemy, and there's naught to be done but put him out of his misery. As for Fordola, I've put Minago and her troops in charge of tracking her. Once they've found her, they'll have my permission to lend whatever support they deem necessary. If it comes to it, I may ask you to join the search. Until such time, I ask you take this opportunity to rest.
Alright. I need to go refill my water and I'll be right back.
Alright. I have returned. So I think we are on the final the final quest here. I'm just looking at something really quick. Ugh. Okay. All right. Hello, my blasphemy hunter. Let's see. Are they giving me plus 36s? Plus 12s? That's lame. Thank goodness you're here. Commander Alden needs to see you right away. Follow me. Oh, it's serious. You know it's serious now because he got his helmet on. That means we're about ready to get down to business. Keep it contained until I arrive, but do not engage it if you can help it. Understood? That was Monago. Her unit has found Ferdola, or rather, she has found them. In fact, I have Ferdola on the search party's link pearl. She wants a word with you. I wonder what she's going to say. This is urgent, so be quiet and listen. The blasphemy, my friend, is right in front of us. I tracked him down, and when he spotted me, he started heading towards Specula Impetoris. Look, Necro, I need your help. Charlotte's not... He's never wanted to hurt anybody. But the thing is, he's become his... I can't leave him like this. I've got to stop him, whatever it takes. I'm on my way. I owe you. This is Monago. Can you hear me? We've got the blasphemy... It's on the move. Get ahead of it, but maintain distance. We need to... Ferdola! What are you doing? Ferdola! Oh no. There's no time to waste. They need our help. Alright. Time to see if I can truly be a healer. If I cannot pass this, then I will never again take up the healing arms. Radiata and Aligiri are not that far from Specular Batoris. If we let the blasphemy slip through our fingers, it doesn't bear thinking about. And while Ferdola is determined to slay it on her own hand, we can't allow her recklessness to put the lives of others in jeopardy. The time has come for action. Are you ready? Alright, let's do this. Holy crap. That thing's huge. Can't Ferdola just one-shot it like the other one? Hold the line for as long as you can. Commander Alden and the Warrior of Light will be here any moment. Stay strong. I hope nothing happens to Monago. She's definitely a favorite. Oh man, he just freaking Sparta kicked his ass. This is Alamigo. Pwah. You've done well. Leave the rest to us. Yes, sir. Oh, I wonder if I get to fight with the Bull of Alamigo. Get the injured to safety. Coward. Coward. Traitor to them. To everyone. Ah. moment. Always at the moment. That's right, Yoda. This will be the test. If I cannot pass this, healer is a no-go for me. I wish there was another way. So do I. But fighting's the only thing I'm good at. Makes me wonder how I ended up with such a clever brother. Too clever for my own good, maybe. Just the thought of going into battle, about getting hurt, about having to hurt other people. He's a bleeding heart, our Charlotte. Sooner befriend a fly than shoo it away, much less kill it. I could kill if I wanted. I could. But you don't. And there's no shame in that. Leave the soldering to us. Leave the soldiering to us. We'll show the Garleans what we're capable of. Get the power and respect we deserve, and then things will change. You will. They will. You'll see. That just means more healing practice then? I don't know, Yoda. Sometimes some people are just not cut out to do it. I'm not ashamed to admit that I just don't have sometimes I just don't have the skills. It's okay. All right. We found a place for ourselves, and you'll find yours soon enough. All right, that'll do. Everyone who's enlisting, meet back here tomorrow. Okay. Oh man, all right, what's he about to do? In the end, what good did I do? You can stand in more AoEs too? Never. I will have to rescue you out of them. Never do that to me. They gave everything they had to give while I hid, like a rat waiting for the storm to pass. Coward. Coward. Wah! Better dead. Better forgotten. It's not your fault, Charlotte. It's not. You didn't do anything wrong. And I'm the coward, the traitor, the butcher. I'll always be the butcher. Don't you dare, Fredola! You, you don't get to end it. You don't get to give up. I won't let you. You have a lifetime to make amends and atone, to become something more than you were. But if you die here, you are everything they say, everything you believe. Is that what you want? She's not going anywhere. All right, who is this? It's Arnivald. Arnivald, why are you here? There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I can't fight by your side, but I can still cheer you on. I've seen your past, Charlotte. How you were left behind while your friends rushed into battle. It's bloody hard, isn't it? Wanting to do something so desperately with every fiber of your being, knowing that you should be able to. You should, but you can't. So you'll find another way to support them. Your way. You did that too, didn't you? You were there for them, even if they didn't like it. But you were. You were. As a friend of mine once said, not all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. The history of Alamigo is written blood. While we cannot change the past, we can change the future. And for that, we must all play our part. All of us.
They need to get married already. Yeah, they would make a good couple.
Let us grant Charlotte the peace he deserves. Ansfred, Emilian, one day we'll be together again, but not yet. You'd never hurt anyone, Charlotte. That's not who you are. You'll be remembered as a kind soul you always were. All right, let's see here. I'm counting on you. Shit.
You're counting on the wrong person. I should be tanking. I love this song too. The fuck are those? Ah! Fuck. How do I heal? Wait, what do I gotta do with her? Cast and swing it quickly. Wait, who do I cast it on? Shit. Oh, I gotta cast it on her. Ah! Don't die, Raban! Let's see, do I gotta Ensuina her again? I do. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not much of a healer, Kata, so... Wait, what's he doing? Get behind him. Pepsis. Hey, we did it. Also, how you doing today, Kata? She gets to see him. And her friends. I don't know about a good healer, Yoda, but I can manage sometimes. Savage raid tier. Suffering in a world of darkness on Sephiroth at the moment. Oh, hopefully it's not too bad. Thank you. I mean it. Hmm. Yarr! There she is. I've been looking everywhere for you. Have you now?
We've put down the last remaining beast spawned by the blasphemy. 'Tis a pity we couldn't do naught for those who turned, but that we were able to prevent further casualty is nothing short of a miracle. It's astonishing, too, looking back at Charlotte's case. Although his existence spurred others to transform, he never attacked any settlements or travelers. Even when he underwent the change in the middle of the crowded street, those who were present escaped with minor injuries at worst. I think that deep down, his compassion is what kept the raging blasphemy at bay. The only time he emerged from hiding was to journey to the place where his brother died. Aye, it's clear he still retains some semblance of his former self. Another victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others. But the Crane Lupi wasn't the creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those youths sought a place with them just because they were denied one with us. That's why the memorial ceremony is important. It's our chance to face our past together, to give them in death what we couldn't give them in life, to not deny anyone a place in memory, even if it hurts or makes us feel ashamed. You'll be attending, won't you? I've been ordered. I've been ordered to, so I suppose, or I haven't been ordered to, so I suppose not. In light of your Leo's service to Alamigo, I intend to have your conditions by which you're bound eased. Providing I'm able to attain approval, you'll be granted a degree of freedom. At the very least, we should have no need for that joker. There will be no objections from me. You've done well. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were smiling. Well, I for one couldn't have been happier her efforts are being recognized. It gives me that much more motivation to continue my work with the Silver Griffiths and bring the people of Alamigo closer together. Got to do my best to keep up with a certain little lording, eh? I think we've done enough for one day. It's time we got some rest. Allow me, as both the guardian of Alamigo and as your sworn comrade, to express my thanks for coming to our aid in these desperate times. No matter what manner of disaster may befall us, your presence alone is enough to keep the flame of hope burning bright. Aye, even someone on the very precipice of despair such as Fordola can find salvation in your guiding light. Let's see, laying it on a bit thick, aren't you? Heavens forbid people would stop throwing themselves in harm's way. You're something of an immortal flame yourself. Ah, been waiting for a chance to use that one, haven't you? I'd like to... I'd like to think I can still pull my weight on and off the battlefield, but that might be a bit generous. In any case, it's safe to say we've all benefited enormously from your sterling work here. We couldn't have asked for a better healer, or a better friend. Our ambassador in Razadhan will be relieved to learn of our successes here. If you happen to cross paths, give him my regards, would you? All right. And back to Razadhan we go. Well, that was pretty good. I like how they tied in Fordola's whole piece into it. Oh, shit, where am I going? Let's see here. We need to go to the Hall of the Radiant Host. Greetings, how goes it in Alamigo? Well, while you two were sitting here doing nothing, we did all the work. Eliminating blasphemies, helping organize a memorial ceremony. They certainly kept you busy. A fine example of going above and beyond the call of duty. I'll be sure to send word of your exploits to Olda. Wait till the Sultana hears about this. Her Grace will not be the only one to welcome this news. On behalf of the Grand Company of Eorzea and our allies, allow me to express my most heartfelt gratitude. Alright, you can now dye job-specific gear for the level 90 healers. Alright, 2 done, 3 to go. What shall we do next? Oh, Kata's watching. I think it may be fitting to do physical ranged, right? Maybe. I'll be right back.
I haven't done any of them yet, Kata, so that's why I'm doing them now. I decided to wait until I had all my rolls to level 90 first. So, and now we will do it. So, let's open our inner machinist up and see what physical ranged have to offer. So I will say I won't be able to finish it before we have to do Cape Westwind Savage here in about 55 minutes. So I will do I will get as much done as I can before we have to begin that. Seeds of Disquiet. The Doman delegate is interesting that it's with Doman. You would think physical range would be like with Foundation or something, but I don't know. Anyways, all right. Do my eyes deceive me, Master Necro? Oh, thank the Kami. Lord Heen has requested assistance in the resolution of a most urgent matter, the hunt for a fell beast believed to be a blasphemy. Though we have made great strides in ensuring the safety of our people, we fear even the most finest shinobi will be no match for this enemy, for it commands the skies of Doma. But as your talent for striking down foes at a distance is beyond compare, I can think of no one better to aid us in overcoming this adversary. Well, if no other marksman is up to the task. Oh, Kami be praised. I shall inform Lady Yugiri that she may receive you at the Doman Enclave. Safe travels, Master Necro. Let's see. Teleport to the Doman Enclave. Doman Enclave. Where are you at? Doman Enclave. Oh, I can't fly here. Ah.
It's good to see you, Necro. When we received word that you of all people had answered our call, I could scarcely believe it. Yet here you are.
I'm always here to help you out.
Lord Heen will be pleased for this reunion. If you could wait here a moment.
See, I'm not sure what Heen sounds like, so I'll just have to kind of make something up on the fly. Well, well. The Kami should guide your steps to our door once more, and with such fortuitous timing. Pray forgive me for not affording you a hero's welcome, but time is not on our side. Not long after receiving word of men transforming into hideous beasts in Thavnir, a similar creature was born of a woman here in Isari. After attacking another villager, it took to the skies and fled, though to where we do not know. An all too cruel twist of fate, for the one slain among the prisoners returned to us in that deplorable exchange with Asahi and the Empire, just when they had at last begun to piece their life back together. This blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foe is wont to keep to the skies, which well beyond the reach of our samurai and shinobi. Thus we did seek the aid of those proficient in ranged combat, able to pluck the beast from the heavens. Of course, martial prowess alone will not solve our problems. Others have turned into the weaker but no less gruesome abominations, as was the case in Thavnir, and their numbers increase by the day. From what I understand, this phenomenon is not unlike a sickness which spreads by feeding on fear and anxiety. Emotions which, of late, can be found in abundance. Slaying the beast means nothing if people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Heen! You have to help the villagers. They... Sir, please, calm yourself and tell us what happened. Another has been turned to Namai, my lord. For a blessing, no one was harmed, but when the beast flew in a rage. But the people are in panic. I fear it may happen next. It would seem we have even less time than I thought. Worry not.
we shall see it to the beast. As of yet, there is no cure for this affliction, but we will save what lives we can. I promise you. I trust you're ready to join the fray. Hell yeah. It was last seen near the glittering basin. Come, I will show you. Boom, boom, boom. The beast was right here, I swear it. I thank you for leading us here, but it's not safe. Please return to your village. We should split up if we're going to have any chance of finding it. Necro, would you see to the west? I'll search the north. Yugity, I leave the east to you. If you find it, remember, these blasphemies are no longer people. They will not hesitate to strike you down, so you mustn't either. Now, let us not waste any more time. Alright, a broader otter. Let's go find this thing. Let's see here. Where we gotta go this way. Oh, there it is. Are you all right? We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. It would appear that Necro arrived not a moment too soon. Why? Why did you kill my brother? Listen here, you little shit. Your brother? Young man, that creature was not your kin. Not anymore. Had he not laid it to rest, it would have killed you and countless others. But if your heart cries out for the one to blame, then let it be me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was the only way. Man, you got a pissed off little face. No, you're wrong. You killed him, murdered him. I hate you. Damn. And that kid is going to grow up to be a problem. Issy, what are you doing here? Searching for Tanbo. Though clearly you found him first. The monster was his older brother, as you may have guessed, and Tanbo gave chase the moment it ran off. I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. Their father was conscripted by the Empire and was regrettably not among those that returned to us in the recent exchange of prisoners. They hoped that one day might be reunited with was their only comfort when that viceroy still ruled. I can only imagine how they felt when she walked into Asari, a shadow of her former self. Suyu may have had no memories of the monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, the brothers prayed your mercy would see the family restored. But then they learned of her death and their father's absence. Deprived of hope and all hate at once, they had nothing. My apologies for rambling. no. It was a rather enlightening tale. I spared the woman who brought him pain and took the brother who brought him comfort. I would hate me too. I swear I will set things right for Tanbo, for all the people of Doma. Please, return home, Missy, and be safe. Let us return to the Doman Enclave. This ordeal has given me much to consider. It's such a long ways away. All right. Doggers are so cool looking. Man Kutsuro. I owe you a great debt for your timely assistance, and an apology, for I made you an executioner in young Tonbo's eyes. Would that I had been the one to witness cut down by the beast his brother had become. But we haven't the time to dwell on regrets and what we should have done, or what we should have been. No, we need to take action. And after hearing of Tonbo and his brother, I believe I know what must be done. A great many of our brothers and sisters were returned to us in the prisoner exchange, but even so, there are those that yet remain lost to us. Meanwhile, Yotsuyu, who is directly responsible for much of our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claimed vengeance for her suffering at the hands of her brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless crimes. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them and their grief. But what of those who cannot bring themselves to do even that? Who are left alone with their anger and their pain? It may well give way to the despair, and then they would share the same fate as Tombo's brother. Yes, which is why we must needs consider who else might share in this anguish ere we find ourselves beset by more beasts. I will begin making rounds of the villages to inquire after those whom their neighbors believe are more distressed of late. Very good. I and the other shinobi shall continue our search in the blasphemy which set these events in motion. And you, my friend, we will have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured, we will keep you apprised of our findings. Ah, Necro. We have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy from Isari, but, for a blessing, we have received no reports that others have turned. Lord Heen, for his part, has made a concerted effort to go about to the villages and converse with the subjects directly. I suspect that his constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. As one might expect, he has ever been dedicated and diligent, but I fear he has been away overlong. I thought to go and visit what should have been his last destination, Asari. May I ask you to accompany me? All right. Thank you. I'm sure there is no cause for concern, but nevertheless, I should be glad to find him quickly. Oops, let me do that. Alright, let's see here. When the kami answer. What? Oh, okay. The heaven on high. I've yet to do it on this character. Ooh, what is that? Oh, that's a fate. Bum, ba, ba, bum, 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 ba, ba. Yeah, it's a boss one. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Necro, Yugiri, my apologies if I gave you cause for concern. Assessing the state of affairs here at Asari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads and turn away at my approach. Knowing the blasphemy originated here, I cannot help but wonder if that has aught to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead. Surely they have no cause to deny the two of you. I should hope not. Nevertheless, I will don a disguise, lest I draw undue attention. Come, Necro, let's see what we can discover. Thank you, both of you. Alright, let's see here. Let's go see what these villagers have to say. Burly villager. Let's see, I want to make sure and only talk to the ones I need to talk to. I think this one is one of them. I owe a great debt to Lord Hain. If not for him, I would still be fighting under the Imperial standard. But the village suffered dearly under the occupation. What's more, our Lord failed to punish the Viceroy for her crimes and failed to reunite many with their loved ones. I understand why some would think poorly of him, even if I do not. Alright. A blasphemy! You're mistaken, my friend. Our village is visited not by a monster, but a kami, Inzanami. When Lord Heen is cold and callous, she offers us boundless compassion and love. And love. Alright, where's the last one at? Over here. Aye, that's right. The blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Asari. Tragic, really. Every day she prayed for the safe return of her husband, but it was not to be. If I'm to be honest, I fear the loss drove her poor stepmother mad. Cassie has been ever devout believer in the kami and their blessings, but she somehow conceived herself that Minato had become one. The delusions of the grieving parent, obviously, but an alarming number of people have come to share in her belief. Hearsay is what it is. I can't wait to get my pod mount. I see. Little wonder why they would refuse to confide in me. The belief held by some that this blasphemy is a kami. However, it's quite concerning. Izanami presides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma and ushers soul of the departed unto the land of the dead. I trust you understand what it would mean to deny them a source of hope in such dark times, even one such as this. The villagers also claim that Cassie spoke with one of the dead. In fact, she will be holding a gathering to demonstrate her powers ere long. The perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of their fanaticism. Not for me, of course. My presence would draw undue attention. Might I ask the both of you to attend to my steed? Her followers will be gathering in the tavern. Come.
Okay, let's see what's about to happen.
O spirits of Asari, I beseech you, lend me your voice and let your presence be known. Cross the veil and among us once more.
Holy cow.
Akisu. Father? Oh, still tending the nets like I taught you. Yes, Father, every day. Thanks to you, we never want for fish. Our bellies are never empty. I am proud to be your son. I was always too embarrassed to tell you but and I am proud to have been your father. May you be ever blessed by the sea's bounty. Ugh, it hurts. Father, what's wrong?
Creepy.
He is in terrible pain, my child. Those who have cheated death's design yet live. It has disrupted the natural order, and the spirits suffer for it. What must we do to ease their pain? Fear not, Izanami shall put all to rights. She will claim the souls not long for this world and deliver them unto the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all others will find peace. Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? Kissy, can you commune with my husband? What about my family? Help me, Kissy, please. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. So, is Kissy's ability all that she claims? Well, we don't know what we really witnessed, but she may have been making it up. Who knows? A young man spoke with his dearly departed father through her. I find that rather hard to believe. Even so, those in attendance appeared quite convinced, my lord. Hmm. And I suspect a great many of the villagers I've spoken with recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain, and there was nothing I could say or do to give them solace. Yet for all their anguish, there was not to be a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tunbo's brother. Which can only mean a word of Cassie and her ability to speak with deceased has spread. The, the belief that we can commune with our loved ones in death is a comfort far beyond my power to provide. Though I fail to see how the people would abide by the kami claiming innocent lives to restore order. She comes! Izanami! The blasphemy. Here? It's funny how they run for a sec, stop, and then turn, and then keep running like the programming. Like there was like a fake like little walkway, wall there from that rock or something. I noticed it the way Yugiri had left when we had started the quest too. Oh man. Help me, Lord Heen! The Cami, she appeared as if nowhere, and the next instant this poor man was. He was. He's gone. So we were too late. Let's see. I spoke with him. Wasn't he one of the real villagers? I spoke with him before in Isari. You recognize him then? Curious that he and the blasphemy's first victim were former conscripts. What could the fiend be after, I wonder? It does not become my lord to speak ill of the Kami. Oh, is this the old lady? It is. She kind of creeps me out a little bit. Not gonna lie. I don't know why. I understand you are to come to investigate the rumors of a monster born in our village. A blasphemy, you called it, but you are sorely mistaken. My stepdaughter, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for the Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. Yeah, she's a little creepy, I'm not gonna lie. Minato, please. I can't. I won't. There's no logic in it, no justice. The Witch of Doma spared, given a second chance, and my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I'll never know what became of him. Lord Heed can't even give me that. And when I look at the families he made whole, at their happiness, I feel the hole in my heart, the gaping wound that will never heal. It began to bleed. Only at my beloved's side will I find peace. You mustn't lose faith, Minato. All will be well. Trust in the Kami, in Izanami. I I want to believe, but whoa. Izanami is come to bring peace to all the souls of the departed, to restore balance between the world and ours. Surely you would not dare defy the will of the Kami. This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of two innocents but recently returned to us. I cannot, I will not, accept that the Kami would condone such cruelty. No crueler than the sight of Yosetsu free and forgiven, while my husband and son fought for Garlemald's wars, now dead and forgotten in a foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Heen, it is not your duty to protect Doma and her people. How are we to place our faith in a man who places the enemy's safety and well-being above his own subjects? Only the Kami are deserving of our adoration, as they always have been. I am. Well, The villagers are no doubt loath to ask it of me, but preparations must be made for burials and funeral rites. I can offer that much at least. You seemed distracted during our conversation with Kessie. Is something the matter? I saw things. The lady turned into a flying tentacle lady. The echo, and the blasphemy was indeed born of her stepdaughter. To bear witness to such a horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. And as a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family become one with divine was the only reality for which she would come to terms. I believe I know now what must be done, but I pray her favor does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave.
All right. Interesting indeed. Can I fit? I can fit. Bzz, bzz.
From what you told me of your vision, the nature of Minato's despair as well as the focus of her ire is clear. 'Tis plain she was a good-natured and kind-hearted woman, grieving for the loss of her husband. This loss alone may have not been enough to turn her, but my failure to hold Yosetsu to account, together with the sight of the families reunited, it compounded the turmoil in her broken heart. A path to despair paved by my good intentions, a truth that will weigh heavy on my conscience until my dying day. Minato was prepared to die in sadness rather than live in hatred. If she could see the beast she had become, she would implore us to stop her. Which is why we must find the others who were returned to us in the prisoner exchange before they come to harm. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring a close to this tragedy.
All right. Let's see here. Well, it is about 20 till, and I kind of don't want to get started on the next quest, because I don't know if I'll finish it in time, and I don't want to have to stop it at like midway through. So what I'm gonna do is take a pause here, take a quick break, and then I will. Let's see. We're going to be doing Cape Westwind Savage at 4. I think there was a bunch of folks that I think we had a full party that signed up for it. Let me see here. Yes, we did have a lot of folks sign up for it. So I'll make sure probably about 10 minutes still start trying to get all the main folks that signed up for it together, and we shall see how it goes. So, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this here for now, and then maybe after raid today, I don't know. I'll see. I'll probably try to finish up at least the physical ranged one today, and then probably tomorrow is when I'll do the magic and melee to finish them up. So, well, I appreciate y'all watching, and I'll be getting ready for the raid here pretty soon. I'm gonna stop the broadcast. See you in a bit.